Okay, then you'll see anxiety, trauma, PTSD. Select the ones that you think are relevant. Okay, so I would put anxiety, trauma, and PTSD. Okay? Maybe depression also. Okay?
I don't know if I'm depressed. Yeah, maybe.
Maybe. And then scroll down, you'll see more specialties. So you could put grief, for example, right?
Grief.
Yeah. It could be anything, right? And then you can select your insurance if you have insurance, and then type therapy. So you'll probably want like CBT, you'll probably want trauma focused, you'll probably want somebody who's like culturally sensitive. I know for sure you'll love mindfulness based therapy.
Which one?
So these are the ones that I would select for you. CBT, trauma focused.
Types of therapy. So CBT, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, dog.
Trauma focused.
Trauma focused, yeah.
I would do mindfulness based.
Mindfulness based.
Culturally sensitive. Okay.
Why?
Because you want someone who's going to understand like a global sense of things.
I see.
Okay. And then scroll down and you're going to like adults, right?
What is strength based?
I have no idea.
Dialectic behavior. What is dialectical behavior?
You could select all of these if you want.
Right.
You can select as many that you think are relevant. And this is what I mean by like, oh, you can Google it and see what dialectical behavior therapy is, right?
Yeah.
So you're like, oh, what kind of therapy? Well, this is like giving you the kinds of therapy that exist.
These are like formal terms or what?
Yeah, these are formal terms. So these are like exactly the kinds of therapy you can get.
Okay.
Okay.
Age.
Yeah, and then you can decide if you want somebody who has the same background as you or not.
No, I don't.
So then don't select anything, because then, and then you can select if you're concerned about gender or sexuality, and then language. So you can select the language you want.
Look at the list. Look at this list. This is the cognitive distortions checklist from CBT therapy. Read this list and then meditate on it and take some notes on your thoughts.
And then you'll see that the languages have Farsi and Arabic and stuff, so you can choose the language you want.
I can't. I don't want Farsi. English, right? There is no English. Okay.
Then it'll automatically just go into English. But you can select more. If you click on click more languages, you'll see that there's more options there, just so you know that they exist. Okay. And then you scroll down, and you can, if you're concerned about a particular faith, cool. And then the scale of pricing that you want.
But do I have to put the pricing?
No, you don't have to do anything. And then at the bottom, it'll say show however many therapists are based on that option. So select that button. And then it's filtered them out based on your...
It's showing me just one therapist.
Yeah. So select those 12. That's crazy, because mine was
Yeah, why? I put too many options.
Yeah, maybe too many options.
It's narrowed it a bit much.
So then go back and make it broader.
Correct.
So this is why I would just choose the 4. Cognitive behavioral trauma, mindfulness, and culturally sensitive.
Yeah. Okay, let me...
Take your time, there's no rush. We just keep getting interrupted by John, so that it gets us excited.
What is mindfulness based?
It's kind of like CBT, but you're gonna get a lot of like. Do you know who John Kabat-Zinn is?
No.
So do you know about
like 300 people therapists?
Yeah. So a lot of people now take the idea of CBT and do a version of it that's focused, that has a more Buddhist kind of flair to it. So you get a lot more like Zen Buddhist inspiration.
That's my therapist before, yeah.
Yeah, so I would definitely choose mindfulness based, because they'll be able to talk about things like the philosophy of the things you're interested in also. So they'll be able to like go there with you on that. That's been my experience.
So how am I picking this? Like based on what? Like looks? I don't know. Like a man or a woman.
Can you just focus? Because you're getting so excited. So once you
getting overwhelmed.
Yeah, you're getting overwhelmed. So just take a breath, and you'll see that after you've selected the new list that they gave you, you'll see now. So the first one for me is this woman named Letitia Vasquez. Okay, and I click on her, and now you see her whole profile and what she focuses on. Okay, so she's like, okay, so she specializes in ADHD, autism, Asperger's syndrome. She does one-on-one therapy. She focuses on anxiety, trauma related to ADHD, autism. That's not what I want, right? So then I keep going. Okay, John. John focuses on men and young adults. I don't want that. Continue. Jeffrey Yates. Okay, creative therapeutic approaches and techniques. Discover unhelpful behavioral patterns. Don't really want that. Not enough on trauma. Continuing, moving on. That's what I mean. Right? So you just want to go through each profile and be like, okay, do they cover the things that I'm interested in?
So many.
Well, you don't have to pick it today. Do you see what I mean?
If I have to pick through all of this, how do I pick?
Well, you read it and you see, oh, well, this person doesn't talk what I need about. Talk what I need. Talk about what I need. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Zabu. I'll let you know also.
And then another one that you might find useful, and let me just see if I can find the name. And John's probably gonna laugh. But let me see if I can find this. Hold on. BIPOC therapy.
Look at the PDF because Narjas, when I was very depressed, my dad bought me this book called The Feeling Good Handbook by Dr. Burns, and it's got the cognitive distortion checklist, like overgeneralization. Oh my God. There's a reason why, Zabu, you're going to have a lot of difficulty in your life, but good luck. I wish you well. I'm trying to help my friend Narjas here. How dare you? How dare you?
You're giving her too much information.
No, she's got to read some shit if she wants to improve her mental health.
I'm just gonna do this.
It's hot.
What you said, but he just had to add more to it.
Okay, but no.
Yeah, right, okay, it's okay, but, right,
I know, but you can be found sane to stand trial despite having, for example, schizophrenia, which, obviously a good chunk of your life you're not insane. When it comes to, like, for example, in Arizona, we have Rule 11 court where they try to restore you to competency. They want to restore you to competency to stand trial. Now, you can make the case that you are not in the right state of mind when you actually committed the crime. So, which is one part of it, but when it comes to once you're restored to competency,
Pepe's trying to say that the legal. Trying to help you. I'm trying to help you. The legal.
Okay, fine, no, shut up.
Let him get out. You got. Thank you.
So once they restore you to competency, which you could say is kind of bogus because you may not have been medicated or you might have been having a psychotic episode at the time that you committed the crime, but if they can restore you to competency, you're going to go to trial, and generally it's not going to look good. But the term insanity, that is the legal term, literally.
I know. We all said that.
You didn't say it at first. That's what you're sort of.
I have said that from the beginning. I don't know why the law. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck your argument is, because like you're not saying anything different from what I'm saying. You're just misunderstanding what I'm saying. So, and also everything you just pointed out doesn't really change the ultimate claim I was making, which is there is a substantive difference between literally being insane on one hand, or being a person with a mental illness on the one hand, and like being irrational or doing something wild that most people wouldn't do on the other. Those are not the same thing. And so if you start from a person's behavior and go, they did something wild, therefore they are literally diagnosably crazy in some way, is a fallacy. And I was just trying to point that out.
No. We know. Right.
So, okay, I genuinely don't know what you're objecting to. Like, what about?
Bro, he trolling, bro. Not for one second think that this dude is having a real conversation with you.
If you were to look at, for example, I forget, there's this guy in Texas who had a brain tumor. He didn't know it. Nobody knew it. He started to act pretty violently. He molested some children. He did like a bunch of shit that was like highly out of character. After the fact, they realized
How can you say he's out of character for him? You don't know him.
Oh, no. He's his personality.
No.
No, his personality literally changed. But anyways, he had a brain cancer. He was found not guilty of everything.
Brain tumor.
Yeah, they removed the tumor. He went back to being his normal self. In other words, his baseline was not what he was doing when he had.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with anything?
Sure. So I'm giving it basically a textbook example of like where
That's not textbook.
it's not insanity, but it is literally somebody who has a something happening to them, an illness where they do not have control of their faculties.
Okay, but that doesn't change. Okay.
What was the penalty? What was the penalty for him?
Wait, stop.
He got off.
That's not even disagreeing with anything I said. So like, I don't know why you're saying it right now. Like, there's nothing inconsistent.
What is your point? Okay, what's your point overall?
What's your point?
There's a difference between doing something wild or irrational on the one hand, and literally being diagnosably or clinically crazy or having an actual mental illness on the other. Those are not the same thing. Therefore, if you start with a person's behavior because they did something wild or irrational, and then infer based on that, hold on, and then infer based on that they are literally diagnosably crazy, absent any kind of diagnosis, it's a fallacy, right? That's not necessarily true. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
The key under the law is whether or not you knew what you were doing was wrong. If you did not understand the consequences, of your actions, then you can be found not guilty under the law. That's it.
So you kind of wasted a lot of time like, arguing for no reason, bro.
That's what he wanted, bro. He a troll.
He's not a troll.
No, I didn't waste my time. I wasn't even trolling in this argument. That's the funny part.
I'm not even taking for granted you were trolling today, but you do troll sometimes. That is something you have done. I've heard.
No. I'm an absolute troll. Like, absolutely.
Right. So now that we got that out of the way, like, you don't have to like keep it like claiming dude is crazy because or merely because he did a irrational thing. Now the biggest piece of evidence that he might be, though, to be fair, would be his mental health history, where there's actually been clinical diagnoses. That is stronger evidence than just his behavior. That was my point.
Which his attorney, he survived, I'm assuming.
Yeah, but one of the first things...
No, he died in the hospital.
Oh, he died. Oh, then it doesn't matter. Okay,
The
then.
hospital. He died.
Okay, one of the things I brought up, though, is that he has a history. The White House had a restraining order against him. And the police, what's come out so far, I don't have the details, is that he has a history of mental health problems.
Yes.
Okay, and so, like, with that being said, I'm not any of the partisan bullshit that I'm hearing on this app. You know, of course, there's going to be maggots that are going to want to, capitalize on this. No, this is just, so at least preliminarily, he seems like somebody who is just, he's a mentally deranged person. He should have been getting better care. He should not have, and come to a fucking point to where he lost his fucking life and could have potentially killed other people. I mean,
So who should have afforded that medical attention? Should have been the White House. The government should have paid for him to get well.
yeah. So I think the government, for a lot of people, it's ironic. People will say, like, why are these lunatics on the street? But a lot of these people don't like to pay taxes. Now, I can look, when I worked with the serious mentally ill population
I'm
here
telling
in my
you, bro,
county.
totally, bro.
I'm not.
Most of the lunatics on the street have been offered an opportunity to get off the street and they refuse.
Sure, so I
Bro,
work
you
with
see
the
this dude
SMI.
picture? Look like he got weave in his hair.
Hold on.
This dude was like probably a cross-dresser and shit.
Okay. Look, I'm not trolling. So, my very first job out of college was working with the SMI, the seriously mentally ill population in Arizona.
I'm losing patience with whatever you're doing right now. So like at this point, bro, like you're not really saying anything. You're just kind of all over the place. Like this is starting to annoy me, bro. Like I wanted to actually have a conversation.
Okay. Direct the conversation to where you wanted it to go.
He doesn't need you to tell him that. He can just kick you to the
No, it's fine.
No, I want to make sure
I
that
don't
I'm
want
going
you- I
where
don't
he
want-
wants to go. It's his room.
Fair enough. I want to have like a sensible conversation. I don't want to make a bunch of wild claims just for this. I don't know, for fucking shock value. Like that's not really what this room's about. Like we have an ongoing investigation into a pretty wild incident that took place in the neighborhood. There's some implications possible that lead to a bunch of people trying not to do that. You're not wrong unless everything's bad. But there's a bunch of other stuff that's being like implicated in this in the usual way. Some of it is partisan, as you pointed out. But like, I'm actually trying to figure out like what the details that haven't come out yet are. So I'm like trying to do fact finding in the room, as opposed to a bunch of like conspiracy theory speculation or a bunch of like, I don't know, partisan talking points like that. I'm not really interested in that. So if we can steer clear of those things, that would be dope.
Yeah, I'm not doing it. This is a non-partisan point of view. My first job out of college was working with the seriously mentally ill in my county.
What do you need my information for?
When it came to, for example, the hospitals in which you could, people that pose a danger to themselves or others, it's, I don't know how to describe it. They have limited bed space. So they try to get them in and out as quickly as possible. They didn't really do much in the way, unless it was like involved a trial of some sort. They were not going to really spend that much time on it. When it comes to going to a long-term care facility, like the state hospital, you basically are found impotent in the state trial. To one of the, to that institution. I don't know how else to put this. We do not take care of the mentally ill in the United States of America. We just don't. And, there are a lot of people on the right who are going to bitch and shout about how we... Why we should, whatever, that's not my point. But there's a good chance that this he needed resources that we could not give, and we failed him. Which makes it a tragedy.
Okay, thanks for that. Okay.
Well, with this latest attack, this puts Trump ahead of Ford in terms of presidents with the most intercepted or foiled assassination attempts. The only one above Donald Trump as of this day. He has surpassed Lincoln, but the only one above him would be President Obama, with the most intercepted and foiled attempts on him. It's kind of alarming that it's two presidents in, I would say, modernity that somehow or another we have a problem basically condoning or having politicians do it on both sides of the aisle. I would say because for President Obama to have that, I forget the exact number, but it's ridiculously high attempts on him, that it's just, there does need to have a massive culture change on it. And I'm really glad that the security at the Secret Service, even though people are saying that they're bad, the number of attempts that were foiled under Obama were huge. Like, the detail is doing its job. Those parameters are holding. The same ones under Trump. they're following similar protocols, more advanced because they learned to deal with those threats. But like it is kind of alarming to know that like Lincoln was one with the highest. Ford was one of he had 2 in 17 days. So I mean, it's really insane to see that like granted presidents are always targets, but it's just the number is really massive, and I believe we're past like right now just under the second term. I think there's like 30 people or 30 plus people that are arrested just for having plots or connections of like trying to aggravate harm to convince people to assassinate the president. Like that's just one.
We already know the things that have happened. That's how we got here. We're not just saying this stuff just because it's pie in the sky. We've already done these things, and if you know anything about Black history, you'll do that. So I suggest, again, just get into your Black history, and then maybe you'll be able to navigate better, because these ideas have already been said and done.
I mean, I don't see no lies detected.
What's the black high school graduation rate?
See, I think
That's not really the point of the question. That's not really the point. I mean, do you want to look at the black high school rates through history? Because that would be where you need to start. Because you're acting like this is like a problem that is only black people's, or black people haven't overcome these things. We've achieved. We've done. You're doing this thing where you blame the victim, like if we only do better, then white people are, finally. That's never gonna happen. That's never gonna happen.
Okay, please understand why I'm critiquing or making suggestions. There is no back understanding that I am looking for white approval, or for white guidance, or for anything like that. I am critiquing black people. And we need to be able to do that. Because every time we do critique, everybody says, don't blame us. I'm not talking about blaming us. I'm suggesting very firmly that we need to take our ideas, refine them, find out where there are failures, and refine them. We will take, and we need to criticize ourselves and move forward.
That's never, but Ramos, you need to apply.
We need to do that.
That's not our problem. The problem is it's not being critiqued. Black people, we have never not had a problem accepting criticism. So I think you've missed me.
Amongst ourselves?
Yes, sir. Amongst ourselves. When have we as a people not been susceptible to criticism? Our first teacher.
Amongst ourselves.
But see, here's the
Are
thing,
you familiar with the boys in Washington? Are you familiar with the boys in Washington? They literally had a battle of different methods of critiquing black people. And they were black. That's what I'm saying. This is not new, bro. These are not new ideas. Pull yourself up by your bullshit. You're talking to a whole bunch of black people that have all kind of degrees, jobs in one room, and your first thing is to say black people need to do this. Well, okay, cool. I've never heard you critique the system or why it's all, and that is not helpful. It's not that black people can't take critique. It's that we need helpful critique and we need informed critique. So if you don't have the history, like when I ask you about the boys in Washington and you are like, you're done, then know everything I need to know. That's why you're presenting these ideas as if and saying that black people don't know how to critique themselves. That's all that black people have been doing.
And not only that, but when you start asking about what's the percent of black people graduating there from high school, that used to be a problem. Not to say that it's still not a problem amongst the black community. The issue that I have is the curriculum. K through 12. So that should be farthest from the mindset. I think with us as a community, with you talking about holding us accountable and being able to critique each other, honestly, that's the least of our worries. Because again, we don't have a problem being to be able to critique ourselves. I've said in different rooms and different platforms that the issue that we have in our community that other communities have mastered is financial literacy. Point blank, period. I mean, knowing our history is cool. We definitely know our history because in order for us to move forward, we got to go back and learn our past. So we should never leave, and we should always put it at the forefront. But the biggest issue that I see that we have as a community that nobody likes to talk about is financial literacy. Period. That's the problem now. We rank at the bottom of the totem pole when it comes to being financial
That's
literacy.
a fact, Amani.
Okay, fact the moment. I don't know where that.
Arguing that. I'm not arguing that at all. I agree that financial literacy is definitely on the docket of things that we need to work on for sure.
But when you guys get your own community, you have your financial literacy included in your curriculum. You'll have all that taken care of. You have everything you need that you know that you don't have now. You have then. Because doing it now, try to do this shit now. It's almost impossible to get a group of black people together to even say, okay, look, the school in our neighborhood needs parents to show up to help with after school homework, whatever. Or we need the men of our community to come and patrol the yards before and after school and during lunch and da 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 da. That's in your community that you're integrated with. You don't even show up. So I guess when you get your community, and then as far as coming to the PTA or PTOs, no one's showing up. No one's there but a sprinkle of us. Then when it's it's so
Black men aren't
embarrassing
there
for
for
me.
sure.
It's embarrassing when they have back to school night to meet the teachers where you ain't never met these. You always complain about what's being taught at the school, but you motherfuckers don't show up to meet the fucking teachers who are teaching your kids. You have no idea what they look like, what they sound like, what parent through six. No idea. When I'm sitting in them classrooms waiting to meet the teachers and they're trying to get introduced to the parents and tell us what their curriculum for their, I feel 90% of the time, and I don't need to lie, I'll take pictures next time. I'll take pictures. I'm usually one of the only black parents in there. Usually. So if you're serious about it, be serious about it now. What's the problem with you doing what you need to do right now? You can blame, oh, they don't teach us this in school. We don't have this, we don't have that. Well, you don't even show up at your own community
Talk about it.
meetings when they're having the local community meetings to decide if they're going to allow a liquor store on the corner. You don't know where to be found. You know where to be found at the school board meetings when they're voting on curriculum for the school. So you don't care. So once the people move in on the corner, oh, we ain't got nothing but liquor stores. But you know they have city council meetings and neighborhood council meetings to tell you that these particular businesses have asked for a license to be able to operate on your block and in your community. Nowhere to be fucking found.
Well, wait, hold on. I know some of them. I guess they all of them.
Robert,
They're at home watching Atlanta Housewives. Some of them are. Not all.
Well,
see,
you watch
look,
it.
let me hold on, nigga.
Like you can't record that shit.
Hey, here's what I was gonna say. Areas I think somebody put in, but in Atlanta we have I think it's called Dads on Duty. There are different where there are black men, and I've seen it in Atlanta. It's a couple places where these dads have gone to school. There's like been fights and different things. So there are like shifts of dads that are going. I think it's like that some of this stuff is based on the community you live in, and we should be more involved. But in a lot of places we are involved. So that what you're saying is that's not across the board.
And that's why we were saying what we said.
Speak for your community, but you go and ask the teachers. We've had teachers in here, Michael, black teachers in this room and in other rooms talking about how there's no black parent participation. We've had them.
That's a fact.
They talk about how they call to the houses and get hung up on. Talking about you got to call me about something like this. Come on.
This is
Let's
crazy.
be real.
I'm not okay.
it's either or.
But this ain't real, Lisa. This is not. This is why we said what we said about being together, because in black, and I always, y'all need to move to black places, because this is not what goes on in majority black places. It's just not.
No, that's
and
not
this
true.
isn't.
That's not
It's
true.
not.
All Compton is all fucking black.
But that's still a white state, a white city.
A white city? Compton is a
Yes,
white
LA
city.
is a white place.
Well, Compton is incorporated. Okay?
What I'm
It's
telling
not
you.
even a part of LA. Compton is a real city. They don't have to put LA and mean Compton. If they put LA, it means LA. If they put
It's
Compton,
still Southern California, a
because
white
you
place.
talking about it might be LA, a part of LA. I don't even think Omari, is Compton part of LA County?
It is incorporated, but it's considered. I would consider more LA.
But you can't put Los Angeles. You have to put Compton, California.
Well, LAPD now patrols Compton. It used to be the sheriffs.
Right, it used to be the sheriffs. You're right.
So now it's LAPD. So I would say this: California. He's right. California is white, but ultimately, it used to be black. It used to be an all black town. You had black people and meeting PTAs, all that. They had black from all at the local level everywhere.
That's still, y'all are missing what I'm saying, and I'm really not trying to be mean at all. But listen to what I'm saying.
Well, but we're talking
I
about
have lived. Just listen to what I'm saying. I have lived in 2 majority black states, or where there's a very, very high percentage of black people. And I have also lived in states like Texas, where there's a lot of black people there, but the dynamic is different because it's a white people's state, and the white people or Hispanic people run it. This is, I don't know, I can't read Mike's mind, but this is why we were saying when black people are look at Georgia and where black people are nestled in one place. Look at Maryland where black people are nestled in one place, and look at the incomes. Look at the outcomes of students there. Look at the parent participation. That is not the case. These narratives that y'all are painting about black people is not true. When we are able to have community and have control over ourselves, we are perfectly fine and perfectly prosperous. That's all I'm saying.
Themselves in Compton? What are you talking about?
No, they don't.
Yes, they did.
You don't. They control themselves, Compton?
Yes.
Black people don't control Compton.
Black people did control. They don't control it now.
Let me
They
add another.
every aspect of it from top to bottom.
Let me add another piece in there, because Compton, I think, went through eras, and again, I know what I know about LA, but I don't know that much about it, but I do know some. Like I said, watching a documentary where they had like the people that were out there, like the different families. I lived out there for a while, worked like at the Fox Hills Mall, and some of the areas there, like some of these black suburban areas in Compton specifically, did like social economics, even though that it was still black people there. Did you have like some demographic change, like from maybe the 50s and 60s into like the 70s, 80s, 90s, when all like the boys in the hood when there's some change in Compton? And I'm just asking, because sometimes I think social economics might play in this too, but ultimately, to what Jeff was saying, so there's a thing called All Pro Dads that Tony Dungy had. That was an organization. You had a bunch of black men doing that. You have 100 black men that's active in cities. Haitian talks about he's doing that or whatever. So I know like in North Carolina, probably in the Charlotte area, in Atlanta, in the DC metropolitan area, there are a bunch of places where you have black fathers and parents that are engaged. I do think it's regional. So I'm not poo-pooing what you're saying, Lisa. I'm just saying I think that it's a thing that you get into. Some places, now I'm not saying it's happening every place, but other places where it is happening.
I'm just saying, I can give you so many examples. It's not even about California as a place. It's about the demographics of said place. But if you look at Detroit, when the car industry was there and all the black people ran up there and we took over government and everything, Detroit was thriving. It's terrible now because they sucked all the, the life out of the city, which was, the lifeblood, which was car manufacturing. But that's another city. Harlem, DC, Atlanta. Like there's when black people are able to have control of what they do and how they do it, and I'm not talking about in the midst of a whole bunch of other white people or Hispanic people, we are fine. And it saddens me to hear this narrative.
Harlem is not. Harlem is in New York. It's surrounded by white people all over the place. What are you talking about?
Now, but historically, Harlem has been a black place. All of Uptown was black. That was all. That was all black people.
I'm not understanding what you guys are talking
Serious.
In light of what you're saying, I do agree.
Maybe it's hard because. So I had this conversation with another person, and they actually live in LA, but they have or California, but they have parents that are from the South. So they have those same values and qualities. I do think that when you come and people say it all the time. That's why I moved to Atlanta, because I came down here, and that's why I moved to Maryland, because I was like, yo, black people are really getting it out here. This is not the typical what you see. But what I've learned is that when black people congregate and people leave us the fuck alone and let us get in government and it's not like that. It's not bad. You have bad apples because we're humans and people, are multifaceted or whatever. But I just like this whole narrative that black people don't do this and don't do that. That's just not true.
You know what, seriously, in light of what you're saying, now that I'm looking back, I think you're absolutely right. There's times when I left California and I went to certain places and I was like, oh yeah, shit, this is the South, and I thought it was all, bad, this, that, and the other, but then my fucking optometrist, my dentist, and my doctor, I went to 3 different black professionals, and I was like, what the fuck is going on over here? It was a culture shock for me, to see that. And that's something that I left with, and I came back to Cali, and I was like, what the fuck are we doing over here? You know what I'm saying? And I think that's where part of my criticism came from, was that, yeah, I think that out in certain places where there is a concentration, you see the stratification, you see the whole spectrum, whereas when you're in these other places that are very kind of just, and the community isn't as you don't see that to that stratification, right? Or maybe that stratification has dwindled down because other people have filled in the spots. It leaves a sense of what the fuck is going on? How come we're not kind of moving in these different spaces and stuff? So yeah, man.
Brothers, did you say you're from California?
Can the black people just
wait.
There are black
Let me tell you.
I don't know how you can't find a
No.
black
I
doctor
agree.
in California.
Lisa, have you ever been to
Atlanta
or DC?
I'm saying you don't see it in the same concentrations.
So
don't see it in the same concentration.
How would you see it in the same concentration? How would you see it in the same concentration?
Bro, can I please talk to her, please?
Yeah.
When you come to Atlanta, I'm saying this coming from the Bronx or whatever. When I first came to Atlanta as an adult person, everybody was black. Everybody, the doctors, the lawyers, the lower, everything was black. That is for somebody coming from a place where you see and they have black people in this box or whatever. You see successful black people, but definitely not when you go to Maryland and PG County and it's niggas in S500s that. That to me was super empowering. I was like, oh. Yeah, I'm coming here, and Atlanta gets on my nerves a lot, but there is something to be said. It's almost like a black privilege type thing, because when I go out of town, I'm always I can't do it, because no matter what, when I go to the courthouse, even if I don't like the motherfucking people, they're still black, and I know that we have this kind of connection, and I know at least there's that, you know what I'm saying? And when I was in Maryland, it was the same way. And I just think that when people have not experienced that, maybe it don't affect everybody like how it affect me. But I know for a lot of black people, that shit is empowering.
No, I agree. So let me just say one thing. When I finished grad school, I had a chance to work for a black organization. It was a trip because again, it was based out of Atlanta and stuff. But it was like the CEO, the comptroller, the IT team, the marketing team. Like everybody was black, right? Everybody, right? So can I go to California and get that? Hell no. Hell no. It's almost, I would say, impossible.
There's a population.
Almost impossible.
What is wrong with you? California doesn't have
Oh my God.
a black population. And if you want to find them, they're there. I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. The concentration isn't there.
Okay, so
The concentration.
Okay, so what are we talking about? We need to all move to Atlanta?
No. I think what Jess is saying.
I expect to see that in a place that's like that. How come it's not like that in Mississippi then?
Because it's the representation.
Because Mississippi, white people control. That's a great example because Mississippi has all those black people, but white people control all of it. In Atlanta, black people control Atlanta.
But my question is, how come they're not controlling it in Mississippi?
Well, because they've been systemically kept out of control. This black people run, but white people. That's white people. That's like the heart of Dixie. They're not giving that up to black people.
Voting then. If you outnumber the opposition and somebody's running and you all go vote for that person and you're outnumbered, you're going to win. That's
well, Lisa, in science and math, there are controls that you have to control for it. The education rate, the poverty rate, that's in Cancer Alley. It's so many things that you have to account for in Mississippi that that's a whole can of worms. It's not, you're right, people don't vote, but it is not because people, the couch is their best friend. That places can be, that's like a third world country in a lot of ways.
I'd rather stay in California or New York. At least they have women's, women can have the right to choose. So I'm good with that.
Nobody's saying that. All I'm saying is that when people make these statements about how like black people are, I always notice that they're from a place where there's not a lot of black people in concentration. And when I talk to black people that live in these places like DC, Atlanta, I guess Houston or whatever, they don't feel that way because we see so many black people in so many high places doing, everyday shit and being good parents.
Let me make a comment on it real quick. To what y'all were saying, and that's why when we talk about the whole separation thing and what they're forcing us to do, one thing I believe, and I just asked this other people, so these areas we talk about, Mississippi, or these areas where it's not getting done on Compton, how many of us are running to live in Compton to make the areas better by living there, by interfacing with the kids, by bringing whatever talents that we have to those areas so we can be an example for children to look up to? Like, how many of us are in those areas that we talk about? Like, in those areas?
Talk about.
I don't know. You guys, come on. This is bullshit.
You talking about the biggest hill, bro?
Living in Compton. I don't have a problem living in Compton, but I don't live in Cali.
This is not a
If I move to California and I can find me a nice little house in Compton, my mother said the same thing. And she lives in Manhattan Beach, and there's probably only 3 blacks in Manhattan Beach. Her,
It's not a fact.
and somebody else. But my mother said the same thing. I wouldn't have a problem living in Compton. I need to be able to find the type of real estate and the type of house that I want. Like they scared to live in Compton.
Listen, but hold on real quick. Hold on. When I moved to Atlanta, I moved to an area called Vine City. I was married then. Vine City was a neighborhood that it's a black neighborhood. Because I had this thing, and I've done this twice. My house got broken into the second night I was down. I guess people saw us moving in. Me and my wife went out. My daughter went there. We got broken into. I moved into another area in Southwest Atlanta, and black neighborhood, nice saying there are reasons why a lot of us don't live in the areas around our people. But what I'm saying, if enough of us go back and we're forced back, then you're not. You just gonna have where people can be there to be like you hear back in the day when my parents, our parents, like you ride down the street, Miss Johnson, you do something messed up, Miss Johnson beats you or whatever, then call your mama, then your mama beats you when you get home or whatever. Our communities, because we were separate, because we were forced to be, you had a lot more influence in the community over these children. I just feel like that a lot of us that can get out are getting out, and that's why this asked that question: how many of you are living in Mississippi or in Compton? Like these areas we talk about that they're depressed and they can't get over the hump. How many of us are just flocking and running back there?
I think the thing is, like, it's hard to compare those certain cities to cities like Atlanta or like um, PG County in Maryland because the infrastructure is set up different. You could have a poor black neighborhood and a rich black neighborhood in the same county, and in these type of cities, whereas if you go to Compton, it's like everybody is in the same um what you call it, like financial situation. So it's either they're real poor or they all everybody is middle class or everybody is rich. It's different here than it is in different places. That's why I think it doesn't work in Mississippi because they don't have the differences in the blacks there. They don't have blacks that are running like the city councils and government in the same way that they do here and in Maryland. So that's what makes it different. But
I
that's
agree,
their
but I
fault
think
because
that's what
they
we want, though.
outnumber
That's
the
what we
white
want.
people and they don't have nobody representing them that look like them. That's their
It's
fault.
not their fault.
Ain't nobody
Oh
moving
my
the
God.
ain't nobody moving the
Oh
bankhead.
my
Everybody's
God.
moving the
Oh my
buckhead.
God.
It's not their fault. The
That's
historic,
not
you
true.
got. That's what I'm saying. You gotta. In Mississippi has a terrible racist history, and those people have been like systemically kept out. Like even now, the governor doesn't even send. They have like 3 lawsuits going on right now from Jackson because the governor diverts money
But
from
that was
going
the
to
other
Jackson,
thing.
which is the blackest city in America. He really diverts government aid from them, so it's really not
Right,
their
and
fault.
that was the other thing that I was gonna say about Mississippi in particular. The education isn't the same there. So here, they're black educated people, and they have like schools and different programs here to help the people thrive. Whereas there is not the same. Like the state not paying for them black people to be educated. They don't have the same resources, and to Atlanta doesn't. I mean Georgia, the state of Georgia doesn't provide much resources to black people, but the city of Atlanta does, or Fulton County does. They provide more resources here to education. So it's like it's different. It's just a way of living. It's a different mindset. So these are that even though we all black, we have a different way of living than they do here per se.
I have to say though also, and I just Brooke, I might disagree, but I think if it wasn't for Stacey Abrams, I think we probably would be right there with Mississippi. Because honey, I
Atlanta
can't.
was already progressive before Stacey Abrams.
Yeah,
Black
They
people
they
ran that
were.
shit. They always ran Atlanta. Like now it's getting
Yeah.
more gentrified and more white people are coming in because they've seen black people successfully run this city for 50 years. But Atlanta always been like
yeah. The
this.
boom started with the Olympics. That's what really helped. And then it was still very very inexpensive to live here, and you could come back down here and buy land. And black, it was like a lot of black people, especially from like the New York area, I know, moved to Atlanta in droves
The
in the
Olympics is
90s.
when a lot of white people wanted to come back, but black people, like successful black people, been here. My aunt moved to Atlanta in the 70s. Her husband is from here.
Yeah,
She
but
moved to
when
Atlanta in the
when they
70s.
started building like the large homes in like Snellville, and like you could come down. A person from New York, like with a high paying job, could come down here and really. That happened like because that's when the boom of Atlanta really started. And if you look at like the census data, that's
But
when
in 2008,
it's always
2007,
been a black city. Black people have ran Atlanta for 50 years, but
correct.
after '96, that's when you see niggas really start coming down here and niggas really getting money.
So Atlanta, like even Du Bois was here at one point. Do you think about like Martin Luther King, where his birthplace, his father, the Morehouse situation, Spelman. Atlanta has always had, not that Atlanta, when Mayor Jackson was elected like as the first black mayor in Atlanta's history, the 70s they started making changes, but to the point, Atlanta's always like had a black sort of elite, or like sort of Atlanta's been an area that's been good for blacks or whatever, you know. So just we didn't have the city like we have it now, but yeah, but it's always been, you know, a decent area.
All that to say is like I think we all want it. We all know what Atlanta is. Well, we all know what we think Atlanta is, but I think that a lot of places want that to happen in their neighborhood, in these sparse areas. We want more of that to spread out. And we look at it, we look at Atlanta to be like, okay, it's done, and we can do it too. But the thing is like learning from that, not doing it. Atlanta went through something, and in order for us to bring that to wherever we are, we really have to figure out how that worked so that we can make the adjustments to see how our own places can kind of be its own Atlanta in a sense.
Well,
That's
what the thing is, I think the original argument was Auntie Lisa was saying, was making the claim that a lot of the when she goes to PTA meetings, a lot of the black representation is not there. Just was saying that it really depends upon where you're located, because one could say in one state, one city, that the representation for black people are not there. Otherwise, I can go to a black state, black city, and the representation is there. And I mean, that's really what the argument that's really being made. So the representation is really what, to me, that's what I'm articulating, is that if the representation is there for that black state, black city, then the turnout is going to be greater or lesser, depending on where the representation is at. If I got that right.
Yeah, I do. I think it's about the infrastructure. I think like in places like here and like PV in particular, it's a mix of black people, so everybody has they they're invested in their community in some way. But then you go to like certain other places, and you'll have like the successful black people that live in predominantly white neighborhoods, and they don't have the same like community feel as if you are in like um in Atlanta where I'm at. You could go to you could be in Sandy Springs and have a multitude of black neighbors. So at like a community hearing or a meeting, you'll see people that look like you, and y'all have the same y'all invested in the same things for your community. Whereas in certain other places it's not the same. So I think that a lot of it has to do with the fact that it's not like a mixed bag of like the different demographics of blacks in these different cities. Okay, Franklin, we were trying to construct a black town because I remember, and this is what's curious to me, because I remember when P Man, is his name P Man Omari? Is that his name? Came in and talking about Negro Town or Afro Town or whatever he was talking about, and he was talking about that they had bought 30 acres of land, and they were going to in Atlanta. I don't know if it's true or not, but I was entertaining it. And he said that they're going to basically have this. You would have to submit an application because they were going to be choosy about who was going to be allowed to purchase land and build homes in this community. It was going to be a self-contained community. Well, when I told them that I was interested, I was in being in a self-contained black community, I was getting clowned left and right. Now I don't know what meteor just hit the earth or hit the black community or Compton or Inglewood or whatever the fuck just happened. Now all of a sudden everybody's going good for having this black community where we are enclosed or closed off, and we have our own schools, hospitals, and all of the like. I'm not mad about it. I'm just trying to figure out what the hell happened because I said we had communities, for example, and I keep using Compton because I've been to Compton. I've been there several times because they have a lot of teams that my son played in Compton and in Inglewood. And Inglewood's another. I don't even know what the hell. But anyway, and they got the farm and now the fucking football team. I'm sure it's changed a whole lot in Inglewood now that they got that new stadium. But they've always had the farm, and before the farm was there, it's the farm that was always there, and then before that stadium was there. I don't know what they call the stadium. There was a racetrack there. My mom said so. There was always those two big draws into Inglewood. So, and everyone considers Inglewood a black city. I've never heard anybody say anything about Inglewood not being a black city. But anywho, um, in Compton, it was all black. They had a black, and I think they still do have a black mayor, if I'm not mistaken. They had black mayor, everybody on the school boards and everything. They were all run by black people, but they still had drive-by shootings. People can't go outside, let their kids play outside. They had robberies like Michael's talking about, and they had murders, and they had this, and they had that. And I'm just trying to figure out now with all that. No, and the other component. With all that being said about blacks running their own city, I think they consider Compton a city. They allowed people to come in to run nail places, to open up Chinese food places, to be in charge of the bodegas at the end of the corner, to open their markets, even though they don't live there. We got Chinese markets, but that they don't live in Compton. But you can get a Chinese market open in Compton, and then they bitch and moan about it. So what's going to change now in 2026 when we open up Negro land? Are we going to have drive-by shootings? Are kids going to be able to go outside and play in the streets or whatever? Are we going to have no nail places that are not run by blacks? Because you go to Chinatown, Brooklyn. Have you seen any soul food restaurants in Chinatown?
No.
Not one. Not one barbershop. I don't say, come on, boys, let's go get our hair cut in Chinatown at Leroy's Barbershop. They don't do it. Everything in Chinatown is by Chinese people. And the same with the other people that group themselves off. But nah, we get our communities and we allow everybody in to run businesses and then we complain about it.
Can I answer
I'm looking at stats right now.
Hold on, I just want to answer about Negro Town real quick. Why I changed. Because you would ask, because Lisa, I was definitely one of the people that said that I would come visit or whatever and like help, but I wasn't trying to. But the whole situation that occurred with the Voting Rights Act, and then also too the fact that Kevin Roberts has a PhD, on the kinfolk or the kinship of like black folks or whatever. I'm just saying what they're doing right now, but the Voting Rights Act and like what they're moving to do, they're forcing us back into a situation. I think that is something we don't need to do and separate at this point. So that's what changed me. That's what got me on board.
And then also, just as a fact check to Compton, right? Compton was majority black in 1980, with about 73% to Hispanic 21%. In the 90s, it went from 52% black to 43% Hispanic. And then since 2000 and above, it has been majority Latino. From 2000, it went from 39.86% to 56% Latino, and then up to the 2020s, it said 25% African American and 70% Latino Hispanic.
And that's
so
a fact.
It made a shift. Yeah, it made a shift. and a dramatic shift after the 90s. It just really kind of took off. So it is, yeah.
And I don't know what you brought those stats to prove. It just shows that we gave up something that you built. And the homes are not. You have to know Compton. You guys are watching too much TV. Because when I went to Compton, they had areas, like I said before and earlier, they had areas like every place else that I probably wouldn't want to live in those particular apartments. But they had some homes in Compton, child, that if you just pick them up, you can put them in Santa Monica, Westchester, West LA, all these other up and coming yuppie areas, the same homes, the same square footage. They had nice homes in Compton. Don't be fooled. Some of the other like apartments and stuff that people, like apartments, it's not your property, so you really ain't gonna fucking take care of it. But the homes that those black people owned in Compton were very nice homes. They just happened to be located in the Compton zip code, whatever that is.
So you know what happens because I watched it happen in Ohio in the back in the day, and I think a lot of this. That's why I talk about some of this stuff, and that's why people I think refer to some of the stuff being better. But I think before the Civil Rights Act and when we were in these neighborhoods like a Compton or like neighborhoods in Ohio, different places, you had black people that were in there, like the war veterans or whatever, people back from the war that had the baby boomer kids and stuff. Then those kids grew up in these neighborhoods like a Compton, like these beautiful homes, beautiful neighborhoods. And the kids grow up, they born in the 40s or whatever, maybe the 50s. And when it came and they were able to sort of stay or take over the area, a lot of those kids moved out of those areas. The ones that got educated and they got out of those areas. And so those areas, the older people start to die, and then you get a sort of a different socioeconomic kind of thing going on, and the neighborhoods deteriorate. And I'm just saying, it doesn't. This is something that I've literally watched happen in Dayton, Ohio. So I literally watched it happen to my grandmother's neighborhood, and when I was a kid in the 70s, and then there were crack houses in it in the late 80s and the 90s, and now a lot of the homes over there are not down. The neighborhood looks crazy, but it wasn't like that, and and that's what I watched as my grandmother and that generation died off. The kids left. Like my grandmother had 5 kids, not one of them came back and really saw about the house there. They was out living their lives, doing whatever. But I'm saying that I think that's what happens in some of our neighborhoods, like a Compton. To your point about how nice it was.
Lisa, Misa.
Hi, F. Gray. How are you?
What's going on, Michael, Haitian, Brooklyn, Ashton?
What's going on? I tell you what's going
You know,
on. You lived in Compton, F. Gray?
nah, Oaktown though. But what I want to say to you, you all were talking about Atlanta earlier, and there's a brother wrote a book a couple of years ago called America's Black Capital: How Afro Americans Remade Atlanta in the Shadow of the Confederacy. And this book was written by a brother named Jeffrey Oakbar, happens to be a friend of mine. And he undergrad at Morehouse. He did PhD in history at University of Indiana, Bloomington. Has spoken about the book, or done talks about the book, and breaks down how Black Atlanteans, again, while white supremacy, Jim Crow, Confederacy was going on, they were able to rebuild and reshape Atlanta in the roots of what it is today. And part of that roots is Maynard Jackson, his generation, and on down. And it might be worth to bring someone like him on as a guest speaker. He was born in Chicago. He grew up in LA. So he could give you some perspective on Atlanta, LA, and Chicago as far as how black elites, intellects, business people, their journeys in each of these three major metropolitan areas in the country.
That's an idea, you guys.
Again, you can look up his book, America's Black Capital: How African Americans Remade Atlanta in the Shadow of the Confederacy. It's about 500 pages too. So it's he worked on it somewhere around 10 or 12 years of research, interviews, all that.
I think that's a great idea. And if you can, could you look up his number? Could you look up a way to give him a call? Can you look up his schedule so then when he needs to make a decision, he can look up Lisa's number, and then Lisa can look up the date that we want to have him, and then when it's time for us to bring it all together, we can all just have that conversation.
Whatever Lisa commands, I will do.
Not commands, you're crazy. Yeah, I would love to do that because this was an interesting conversation, and if we're gonna really start talking about getting together and doing this, or this is just us talking, either one. I was hoping we would be able to get together, and there's a lot of communities, gated communities, that are all white. There's a lot of communities that are all something, but there are just not a lot of communities that are like all black. You mentioned the two PG County. Is it all black or is it majority black?
Talking about in the DMV area.
Yeah, they're talking about. Yeah. So it's all black.
I don't think it's all black, but it's a very, very high percentage.
I checked out. What were you saying about the DMV?
No, I was saying there are communities, as we all know, that are all white, just all white. And I was saying, I was not that I'm looking forward to being separated, but I'm looking forward to see, us have communities of excellence where our school systems are top tier, uh, everything, because there's no reason why that is even not even a thing, which is weird to me. When we have all these people who could populate these positions with no problem, the educators, doctors. We don't need to go over the list. Lawyers, accountants, all of that. I just don't even. Huh. Okay.
So to your question about DC, so DC in the 70s, right? So it's changed, and I guess 70s, 80s, probably 90s. It's demographically it's changed, so it's being gentrified. There's still a good percentage of black people in the Washington D.C. area. There always will be, basically. But at one point, I believe it was about 80% black or whatever. But DC is like, city is like has like the whole thing, taxation without representation situation. It's an interesting area, but Mayor Marion Barrett, and the reason why he's loved so much, there's a number of reasons why. Even all the stuff that people see about him with the situation with the girl and him smoking crack and this, that, and the other, it's like he was there so long and like became so powerful. It's like powerful people, he became what he became, but he still cared about the people. But Marion Barrett, he was president of, I believe, a chapter of SNCC back in the day, Student, Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. He was under Martin Luther King, and he ended up coming to D.C. He became mayor in the 70s. I want to say like in the mid 70s, maybe around 76. But he was somebody that cared about black people. If anybody that wants to go watch his stuff on YouTube, but if you look up just his journey, so he came into the city and he started the youth jobs program. and it's really instrumental. Even like the actor Jeffrey Wright grew up in the area. He talks about having his first job through the youth job program. Marion Barry was very much committed to the youth, and so he got them in this program. He didn't just get them jobs, but he had like this whole thing where he trained them for leadership. He had like an internal situation within the Job Corps where he had like I think a president of the Job Corps, and then like they had officers, and so they'd elect, and then it was competition based on how your grades were. It was just an amazing program, and what DC became because of Marion Barry, from the amount of businesses, the amount of black people that were doing things, black contracts, it was like a black mecca for a while. That's why it was called Chocolate City. Saying all that to say that growing up in that area, when you see a movie like Boomerang, or when you look at like some of these movies in like the late 80s, early 90s, some of the things that you're dealing with like black executives, like in a living single, just DC was like that. So there were times I worked for a minority owned firm. It was a brother that owned the firm. He's an older dude. He passed, and his wife owned the firm. But there was times when I really wouldn't deal any white people in all my dealings. I worked while I was dealing with like the federal government. We were a company that worked on set asides, and so like I was dealing with like AT&T, working like Department of Justice accounts and trying to get all these different contracts. But in all like business dealings that I would have throughout the DC area, everybody, black executives, black CEOs, black directors of operations, black just everybody, procurement directors. So DC was really a city of excellence, and even before my time there, you go back and look at like they talked about it when Infinity talked about one of the women that he had met, the older lady that actually gone to Dunbar High School, and Bannon got on talking about the fact that that high school is one of the most famous from a standpoint of educated black people to come out. Yeah, how? So I'm just saying. So yeah, so if from a black excellence standpoint, the DC metro area was an area of black excellence. So like I'm rambling, so my bad.
You don't go to sleep?
I'm sure I just obviously can't opine considering the subject.
Okay, so we can get off of the Chocolate City because I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon. I think maybe. Go ahead, babe.
No, I was saying in regards to that, I think the guy's name was Man Baby.
I forgot what his name was. I thought it was Cream. Am I wrong?
No, I think it was like Man because like, we were just I was even accusing him of being Infinity because they were basically the same person, and he had the same name. Yeah, it was Man
I
Baby.
don't know why. I don't know.
Yeah, there was no way. I mean.
tacos and burritos.
He was searching for a genuine connection with the world to which the eternal nature of man belongs. We can certainly say that Goethe sought true knowledge, but he could not find the various sciences at his disposal. Perhaps Goethe approached the figure of Faust in an external way to start with, but because of his own special inclinations, he sensed in this Faust figure the struggling human being about whom we spoke yesterday. And in a certain sense, he identified with this struggling human being. Goethe worked on Faust in 3 stages. The first stage leads us back to his early youth, when he felt utterly dissatisfied with his university studies and longed to escape from it all and find a true union of soul with the whole of cultural life. Faust was depicted as the struggling human being, a human being striving to escape from mere intellect into a full comprehension.
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, the axe of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon, but to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight, but ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, O azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him.
That's good, ain't it?
Yeah, that can probably be good. I mean, shit, bro. I'm like I said, man, I ain't literally, but I am hopeful.
Hey, listen, man, you find your person. You gonna find a nice Haitian woman, wherever you at.
I ain't say all that. And you can't tell me this from today. She better be Asian.
What about women from Honduras? Honduran women.
Man, don't waste these women time talking about marrying them niggas.
Nah, I've been married already, son.
Yeah,
I'm
definitely
not
don't waste their
afraid of
time.
I'm not him.
That ain't your thing, bro.
Nigga had 3 years in high school with the baddest bitch in the school, baddest female student.
Hey, boy, you sounding like Al Bundy right now talking about goddamn one of them all.
Not Al
You know how you be talking about them football. Well, I was the best one at Polk High.
I'm crying.
Man, he had no two.
When I was in high school, I had one of the baddest ones.
I ain't told no lie either.
I can't take you seriously strong with that cigar in your mouth.
Hey, man, I smoke cigar for real.
Focus on your kids.
Yeah, stop playing with me, though.
Focus on your mama.
No, what's
Rumble.
wrong? That's
kids,
Coco.
Nah.
Don't be in these women way talking about trying to marry them, bro. They got their own shit going on. They buying houses.
I do not need no
They drinking
nice
water.